Hello. Uh, uh, there we go. Hey, everyone. Hey, Digi. How's everyone doing? Welcome, welcome. Every time I try stuff, you need the checks. You know, I never get the... Thank you for the treat. It's like there's... Thank you for the pets. It's like there's two sides to everything, right? One is a treat, one is an apple yeeted at my face. Ouch! Why? I've done nothing to you. Thank you for the treat again. How's everyone doing today? We good? Hopefully everyone's good, right? So we're back. It's Thursday, which means we're playing some Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker. We're walking to the end. We couldn't get a lift, so we have to walk. Exactly, Moons. You've done nothing to you. You feel neglected and unloved. Every force has an equal and opposite reaction. Doing all right? I'm doing okay. All right. So, yeah, we're gonna play some Final Fantasy 14. Where did we leave off last time? Let's see. So, okay, last time we managed to defeat one of the towers. We destroyed its core, but for some reason there was a man's limb inside, and we just seemed to gloss over that. Why there's a man's limb inside? Yeah, what, like, did expected that out of you. And then we had, like, our talk with the head dragon of the country, and then we learned about, like, a new kind of, not quite magic source, but like an emotional source. Okay, yeah, you're gonna throw a bunch of apples at me. That's okay. I'm gonna keep talking through it. Yeah, new magic, like a new kind of like emotional energy, potentially. And then we got a lesson on how Aether can be used to mess with someone's memories. And, you know, the potential of what happens after you die. And so, yeah, like there's kind of two camps, that either your soul returns to the Aether where it's cleansed and coalesces with the others and it's reborn into a new life, or it just kind of gets refreshed and comes back full. It's a couple camps, and they went, oh yeah, both of these are options. And then we had a dinner party, you know, to kind of, you know, just have a good time. And then I think that was pretty much the end of that. Please provide evidence of this so-called limb. Do I have to pull up the video footage of Yustola mentioning or spotting that? Yeah, they got McDonald's, that's right. They got McDonald's. Hey, Lestrada, thank you for the treat. Stola is blind, she saw nothing. Let's see. We're gonna sit on this side of the screen. Do you plan on capturing? Is that a thing we're gonna do today? Are we not capturing today? Oh, probably because, yeah, I've got it set to capture the PS5. Never mind. It's not set to capture the game. It was set to... Still, you... There we go. There we go. Please provide evidence of your Stola in nightwear. Look, just go on the internet. It's all there. Please provide evidence of your Stola. No, that I can't do, I'm afraid. That's impossible. Kind of look like her. Are we related? All Makotes are related. We all know each other as well. Again. Again. Why you do this? What is the purpose of this? What did I do? Have I hurt you in some way? Is that what's happened? Just safeguarding my longevity. Well, apparently, according to some people's streams, I am undying. Like in someone's Cult of the Lamb cult, I have died many times and come right back. And in someone else's as well, I can't die, so I'm the undying one now. Which I mean, I guess is true until it's not, right? Concussions keep me alive. I don't even know if I'm alive anymore. What is this? Weapons coffer. Yeah, I forgot how to unalive. Hopefully you'll have enough to do it a third time this stream. See, it's working and there's so much brain damage that your body has no idea, so it just keeps it on going on. That's just putting me in a vegetative state. That doesn't help. And then if I'm a vegetable, then I can't stream very well now, can I? Putting you in a veggie state, your body isn't even on autopilot, it's just dead. Concussion, I'm still functional. Well, I mean, not entirely functional, obviously. Here we go. Ah, welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the study proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow Scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. It's okay, Moons, you don't need feeling in your right flank. You can just touch the others. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in our possession to Limzulaminza. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive? It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I, for one, can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? Wonder if Zone 3 is coming up soon, generally can't remember. Whew. Didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain, though. Mitra and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the Forum's watchful gaze, I've little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were to be found consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lamenza. That bastion of debauchery and... Ugh. Use a ticket. It's right over here. Ah, I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana. Hey, Chrome. 3 of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? You got 3 women in one room? Of course I'm going in. Send me in, coach. My apologies for calling you away from Charlene on such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. Come on, Alphinaud, we've been surrounded by these folks before. It was only right that this discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition. Our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers. It's only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn that we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize our potential to the fullest. Wow, that was corporate speak. During your time in Charlian, the allied nations have been engaged in separate fronts with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Zahagan, Ixil, and the Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in the Razat Han has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace. And it is you, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Telophoroi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be in Ilsabard to be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in such a short span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they serve the Telophoroi's every whim without question. They too are victims, It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I ask only that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that, there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Urianger observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Until the Tower of Zot was toppled, we failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Telophoroi. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Yshtola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on her observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spire siphons aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the large spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good, but what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilsabard contingent. Considered an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For revenge against the Telophoroi, for honor and glory for the people of Garlemald. Couldn't put it better myself. Y'shtola, Thancred, and Urianger have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. And we're positive you would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the warding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on the journey to Ilsbard. Ralban and Lord Emmerich are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do in before the Telophoroi so much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create a diversion. Now go. Safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Away we go. Time for glamour, gotta get warm. Well, that's true. If we gotta stay warm. Here, I'll, where's my... Could do that one, that's more. It's not the right shoes, but hey. I'll keep warm. This town. Ah, the Wanderers return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding skills of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Emmerich be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. Just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsbard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid unto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight, where words may serve me better than any blade. Nah, blades are still pretty useful. I hate to say it, but Lord Emmerich's struggles mirror my own. For the time being, the best we can offer you is a peace of mind, knowing Eorzeus in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsbard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. We'll meet again? You. Word of your exploits travels quickly, and from what I gather, the protective talismans you obtained led to the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor one, that being the information I have shared with Maxima. For the sake of the people of Garlemald, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us? Strange. I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Telafroi have laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. But though every mote of my being cries for vengeance, I cannot be the one to deliver it. My presence alone would place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel with the Ilsbard contingent, I would give my countrymen ample cause to question our motives. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I thought they'll be pleased to see a champion of Eorzeus set foot on Garlean soil. Fair point, but so long as you refrain from announcing your arrival to all and sundry, the average person should have no inkling as to your identity. Although your titles and deeds are common knowledge, only a select few would recognize you on sight alone. Perhaps one day they will learn that the Warrior of Light is not a demon to be feared, but a woman deserving of their trust. In light of Gaius's rather unique circumstance, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald endures. I would hope I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you escort our friends inside? We might even bump into an old acquaintance or two. And if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide you and protect you, all of you. Put it in anyway. Let's desynth it later. In case. guess my bard needs it. I don't think my bard will need it, but... The other members of the Ilsbar contingent are gathered. The other members of the Ilsbar contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform them of your arrival. So please make your way inside as soon as you're ready. Ah, the remaining members of the Scions, your friends, and most of the Ilsbar contingent await you within. Would you like me to see you through?
By the 12.
We didn't have a good time the last time we were in this room.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without you.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Well, it's been a while. Hey, Final. I had a great time. Actually, if it wasn't it was when the snake people, they performed a summoning in this room.
Lucia.
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention. Might I ask you to speak first?
If I must.
Wow, I haven't seen this guy in a while.
I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation, here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer. We shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands.
He knows.
Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Nice. Because I've done some of the White Mage quests, so you recognize that I've been in the White Mage Guild.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy.
Do love that the MSQ will reference all of the things you do from time to time. Yeah, it does. I've had it happen a couple times where it's like, we recognize you.
Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow.
There's only been one Telophoroi. There's just been one. Why do we keep talking about them like they're a group? It's just Van Daniel. He is the only Telophoroi.
That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Terrapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Matoya? The Avatar of Destruction? With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
Shocked me. Your face is stolen.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead.
At least you might want to get a jacket or something.
Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lominsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Ah,
Lord Emanolane!
Ah, yes. Emanolane de Forton, at your service.
been a while.
Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that.
He's ready to get punched by Thancred again.
But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing. I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
May your graceful prancing lead the way to victory. Do you say your fancy footwork might be all that stands between us and certain doom? Ouch.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honorat with my tales of daring do.
The English voices hurt you so bad. You're good.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Well, they're probably here already. They've been here. English voice acting is fantastic and a damn sight better than ARR. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They've definitely, especially once that unsettling voice change happened. Yeah, they're quite good.
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Oh my god, you brought... Ah, it's them!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as the steppe is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy!
I love her.
Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
Oh, wow. I was kind of wondering where they came from, because we only ever saw them on the first. I was wondering if they existed. I mean, I figured they had to exist on the source.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
They were part of the Stormblood Alliance raid. Push aside content in Shadowbringers. Okay.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Maxima, who stands with us today, tried to reform Garlemald from within and make peace with Doma. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good.
Hey, Nelly.
It won't be easy. But we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi.
Yeah, one guy.
As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities. The vast ice field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us, so it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed.
Let's review our strategy. Nuke the fuckers. Wait, what?
Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is
They've
no
got
turning
mega
back.
spells. Does this mean we just sort of stood anywhere? Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offered to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Ilsbard. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice ere we embark, which we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? You get one. Warding scales for the Ishgardian delegation, I take it. And brownies. Many thanks. These talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw in my lot with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I betrayed. But that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emmerich. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and the former ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and all the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I don't know who is here. That a set of warding scales I spy? Not that I would know what they look like. Yeah, and muffins. There you go. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with aether. All the better to fend off the tempering waves? Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about. Which just leaves the other mountain of whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Lots of money. Right. Military budget didn't have enough for chairs. That's true. There's been a major shortage of chairs lately. One way to find out, huh? And nervous or not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Xenos back into the grave where he belongs. Here, you've got something for us. And a bag of lettuce, I guess. Here. Ah, the scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? Reckon they'll be worth a gil or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. And one more thing. I know what you're all thinking. Why didn't they send Einzar instead? Buggered if I know. All the Admiral and the Captain Hillfire told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future, and here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. Of course, some of you might be wondering, what good a pirate is on dry land in the middle of the sodden snow of all places. Well, me and my crew do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or whatever the saying goes on airships. Yes? Nah, just here, you don't have, I'm out of stuff. So these are the famed warding scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. Under normal circumstances, I would not be allowed to travel outside the Twelveswood. The Elder Seedseer, however, has granted me special permission. She has bid me lend my magics to the people of Garlemald while learning all I can of their ways. In so doing, I will come closer to understanding myself and my place in the world. Or so she says. I say, it is past time our allies benefited from the power at a Seedseer's disposal. Some bemoan that we hide our light under a bushel, and I intend to address that criticism. This will go nothing but well. Nothing but well. We heard it could be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans. We're to keep these close at all times, yes? I'll see that no one misplaces theirs. Ah, and before I forget, I have a message from Yen. In distant lands, in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like that of the Othard, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Yen and Yuguri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we of the Steppe and the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. You have a warding scale for me too. Sorry, my bag is empty. Oh wait, here I found it. Thank you for this, and for going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You've been told by many to wear the cold of Ilsabard, and I cannot stress enough this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warm tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now, let us proceed to Alamegan Quarter. While you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready the airships. Hey Moonshine, how you doing? It is indeed Final Fantasy 14. Hey Dragonic Dude. Play a ton of it. Yeah, I'm finally caught up of like going through Endwalker now. So many weirdos here. What server and world do I play on? I'm on Phoenix on I think the light server. Oh no. Really? 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 Why? Oh boy. Alright. Here we go. Ouch. Ouch. Yeah, we're just pressing buttons and oops. Oops! Oops! Looking for the poop. Can't oops that. Primal Leviathan for you. I've got an old one. I've got an old one in Ultros. When I played I guess it's been about 5 years now. When I played about 5 years ago, I have one on Ultros. But then I didn't play for about 4 years. And when I came back, I was like, well, all my friends are on this one, so I'll play on this one. Plus I hadn't played, so I started completely over because I hadn't even gotten to Heaven's Ward by that point. So over this past year, I've been working my way upwards. Can we throw an apple at the real Moonsangle and not the VTuber model? What do you mean? What do you mean? This is the real me. We should play together at some point, seeing that there's data center. There's data center travel, but we can't go like cross region though, unfortunately. You can only go in like the same well, unless I like bring up my character on Ultros. If I brought up my character on Ultros, it would be possible. I'm always...
Would the real Moonsango please stand up?
Oh, okay. Sure. Hang on. Oh! Hey, Ash and Ice! How you doing? You feel alive? How's it going? Bring out the fireworks? Bring out... Oh wait, this is... Why is everyone... Why is everyone eating apples at me? Why? This is like the 4th or 5th one today. It's only been an hour. Oh boy.
Why? Because it's science,
oh, no.
that's why.
Ouch. Suffer your celebration. What's your celebration? Ouch. Don't even notice you have 100 days in playtime? You finally got a rare achievement in Dead Cells. Beat the game while in crippling debt. Oh, nice. Very nice. My snooty itches. Ah, there we go. All right. Well, welcome, welcome. Let me... There we go. Ooh, no. Yee. These are a little bit nicer. Thank you for the bits. So this is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. We needn't worry about Urianger. You needn't worry about Urianger and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. This outfit that I'm wearing, it's actually the outfit I wore through pretty much all of Heaven's Ward once I got it, because it was one of the rewards for having someone I recommended, what is it? When you get somebody to subscribe because of you. Referral, that's it. Because my girlfriend uses me as like the referral, so every time she resubs, that's it. Chat with you later, Moon. Hope you enjoy the rest of the story. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for stopping by. You can marry in Final Fantasy. Yeah, you can. I've attended a wedding. And in fact, I crafted their wedding ring too. Justinian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spends a fair bit of time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be borrowing Rain Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you are not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the scions? Is that the cry of scions in need of a tailor, I hear? It is Tataru! I was like, only Tataru can make us outfits. But how? I have my ways. Oh, yes, indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilzabard without telling me? Nothing escapes my notice. Now, you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You have to do what she says. You thought that was a toad? Tataru, you have to do what she says. Tataru is the most dangerous. Yeah, she will have you killed otherwise. Why am my nose so itchy today? It's a Mario joke. Never cease to amaze. But why do you need an outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion. Rather, the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? Ah, I did have one other thing to share. Artemis and Bloom and Onion have finally returned from their assignments in the faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand, Charlian? Oh, why not? You could keep Kryl company in the Baldessian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Argamaeus and Bloom and Onion did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were lying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain someone who shall remain nameless isn't in a position to transport your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter whirlies, handcrafted by yours truly. Why my nose is itching so much? Ugh. Love the purple hair with the shade of red. Thank you. Bloom and Onions sound good right about now. Tutter is the most powerful and ancient of primals. She is. She could smack down both wow, I'm not doing well on names today. Heidelin and Zodiac, that's it. She could take them both. Both hands tied behind her back. No problem. Speaking of blooming onions, who here has ever had one of those? I have. I haven't had one in a very long time because I don't think I can get them around here. Been quite a long time since I've had one. She just does it because it wouldn't be proper. Helmet and Emmett Selk. I mean, what's my name? Are you feeling well? How many fingers are you holding up? I don't know. There's something up with my nose, though. It just doesn't stop itching. I just have those. You ever have? Maybe there's just something wrong with my head, but there's periods of time where it's like, where like you'll forget like common words, like words that you have no reason to forget. You've said them a ton of times, but you just forget them. Thank you for the treat. I'm scratching my nose. I know, I don't know why it's itching so much. I was sneezing like crazy earlier. Just had lobster? I haven't had, God, it's been longer since I've had lobster. Probably a couple decades at this point. Everyone's scratching my nose. Almost got it. Why not? No, I'm not smelling toast. Yeah, it's too many. Blah. Too many. Ugh. Yeah, too many apples. This is the price. Ah. It's the price of too many apples. I'm gonna fish to clear up my nose. My nose doesn't normally itch. That's why. Bah! Ugh. I'm told the airship pilot. I'm told the airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where you go your separate ways. Do be careful, won't you? Oh good, we're gonna fight. It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garland Ironworks will be ferrying you to the contingent across the mountains into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Well, that last fish missed, didn't it? Our resources are at your disposal. And if there... I should check my armory. Resources are at your disposal. And if there is aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. Actually, I just realized I won't be getting those referral points anymore, because they do in the they did the returners thing, and because my girlfriend had been away for like a few months, and she had the head of her FC do the referral, so I won't get any more points, damn it. No, I have no one to refer anymore. I've been cut off. Oh yeah, I saw it. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Yeah, no, it's right there. We looked at it. That's from her live stream. It's not. I'd put it on, but we're not near a place where I can change my glamours.
Ilsebard, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Damn it, Alfie, enough with the creepy narration. That's not Alpha Nod. That's not Alfie doing the narration.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps.
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that.
You were making a joke. Oh, okay. Ouch. Well, I don't know.
Maxima reports that they are led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into 2 groups.
Shoot, let's get crazy.
The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
Well, the Imperial Supply Depot. Yeah, okay, Thancred's hidden, but,
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Ishtola always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind.
time for Metal Gear Thancred. He's basically been doing that.
Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. A blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Metal Gear Raiden from MGS2. Apparently there's a portable gaming console strictly for cloud gaming. That was possible, I guess.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
I'm gonna play Thancred? Okay.
But what is cloud gaming?
Thank you for the bits. I think there's nothing else you wish to confirm. You can commence the mission as soon as you are ready. Exclusive actions. Success in the mission hinges on the following points. Swift deception renders Thancred invisible and increases movement speeds. While active, the enemy soldiers and Magitech will be unable to perceive Thancred's presence even when they are within close proximity. However, it has no effect on guard dogs' acute sense of smell. You'll have to be able to, and they will be able to detect Thancred regardless. Moreover, this action can only be used outside of combat. It will also be unavailable when Thancred attempts to deactivate Magitech fields or execute certain other actions. Thancred's silent takedown will instantly render...
Is that like where you collect different clouds from FF7?
Yes, thank you for the bits. Yeah, but that's just one angsty cloud. Can only be used when swift deception is in effect. Though it cannot be used on Magitech or guard dogs, utilizing silent takedown whenever possible is essential to clear.
No, that's a Yuffie.
Your path objectives. Guard dogs can detect Thancred even with swift deception active. Can instead use a bewilderment bomb to distract them and sneak past unnoticed. Firstly, bewilderment bombs have no effect on Magitech or soldiers, so take care to choose the right tool for the right situation. Okay. Deception, let's take down this bewilderment bomb. Battle, you'll fight as Thancred. You have two objectives. Place explosives that appear in Magitech. Deactivate the frontline Magitech units via the control terminal. If the guards detect and pursue you, enemy forces will become more aware of the threat you pose, as indicated by the threat awareness gauge. You have to gradually fill until you can defeat all alerted enemies. If the gauge is completely filled, the guards will call for reinforcements and the mission will end in failure. Swift deception to avoid detection as you go about completing your objectives.
But I don't want to play as Thancred. I want to play as someone actually capable.
Hey, now wait a second. Thancred's quite capable.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count.
Yes, capable of failing.
Oh, that doesn't last. Oh, come on.
Hells.
Dear Nelagan, this is Thancred. Ouch, why you bully me? My mistake. More like MGGS Raiden from Revengeance.
Damn, spotted.
Good to know. This.
Damn.
You kidding me? How did you spot me? Good to know that thing doesn't work. Just telling me where I need to go. work. Oh, it neutralizes them. Oh, okay, you just hit them with it. It's a very clunky instance, but it's very unique. Yeah, it's quite clunky as I try to figure it out. So we'll work on. Nope, not that. Thank you for the treat.
This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
This is very Metal Gear.
Damn, spotted.
I didn't realize that was there until it was too late. Said the line, he did it. This is Thancred. Two over there. sure what I'm aiming for. What am I aiming for here? There, all right. Yeah, towers to the northwest, but I mean, I'm as far northwest as I can get. No, I need to go further north, actually. Once this thing passes... This guy. So I think as long as I don't step into that orange area, I'm fine. I think that's what that's indicating. Okay. That thing's a problem. Not a good way of getting rid of them. Too far. Obviously, I gotta get through that over there, it seems like. Effect on Imperial soldiers from edge to way I'm getting over there. How do I do this? I gotta get through that gate, but that gate is entirely just surrounded. And these things, I really don't know what to do against it. I mean, I can hit it with a potency of 100, but does that kill it? Our threat's already really high. Here's a rough question. If I do this... Oh, they see me. They see me instantly. Okay. Okay, well that buys me time against that one at least. Yeah, it goes up when I fight. So fighting is bad. For this thing to come back around. Have to hit the dog. This is timed as well. Did it?
You are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
You think your threat level was way higher than yours when you did it?
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of Ilsbard contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but...
Oh no, rabid cameraman.
Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
Some of the best instances in Endwalker.
A brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
Help up here.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still struggling. we put our backs into it then? I've been itching for a good scrap.
Come over here.
You lot all right back there?
We're fine. I'm ready for more.
Hear that? Get to the front and turn the tide.
What blimey, we seem to be in a sticky wicket we is.
Oh, what's all this done? These the blokes that have been having a run about the old carriages they do. Thank you for the bits. Thanks for all the bits earlier too, everyone.
No problem.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
Just like hearing people's TTSs saying dumb shit. You're right.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is a path where young charges
Mr.
would have
Love,
us walk,
you are
and that
hot,
we all
but this
agreed
is
to
fucking
follow.
war, not
you
a
knew
pillow
it would
fight.
Be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them!
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on. Let's show them what we're made of.
The Power Rangers are back. You can get that armor from the Boja Zandor side content. No one ever lives after there's a Hardy. There's too many of them. While I'm here.
We have them now! Forward!
Who's calling me now?
Right! Let them have it!
As a raging bull!
Good thing we are fighting with three disposal. I mean extra, I mean Redshire, I mean Stormcrew, I mean Mighty Warriors.
I didn't actually hear that. Thing we're fighting these disposable, I mean extra, I mean red shirt, I mean stormtrooper, I'm
Do not fall behind!
sun!
I said good thing we are fighting with 3 disposer, I mean extra, I mean Redger, I mean storm true, I mean mighty warriors.
A worthy adversary.
I couldn't tell if that was in game or if that was the... if that was my cheer.
Rest, recover, reclaim yourself. Then we will fight again, to the death.
Sadu Hatun!
Oh, he loses again.
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
Little son will never get anything.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed, bitterly so.
Give it a month, this will turn into 4,000 Airbnbs.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
You can't see. Well, it never stops your Stola. So what do we got around here? What I meant to do. Accidentally hit the wrong button. Proclaim this place shithole. We will call it this land.
I think we should call it your grave.
No, you. Call it Bob. 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 In spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little further and we'll reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss our action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yashola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alize and I will meet you there. Imagine if you were wearing high heels in this place. It wouldn't end well.
Time to invade the capital of our grand enemy with a handful of people and 3 balloons.
Meeting. Yes, I'll make my way over once my head is cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. This is the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zotz, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, verging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I shall be with you in a few moments. Oh, you still have that some Choi level of sensing to pick up that evil by yourself. We'll be pleased to know that most of the tempered have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of the time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there is no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting. I'll make my way there. Brenda Gatorade. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. Someone stabbed in the gut. I sense great pain. Someone gets the rumble is, I sense great hunger. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city, for therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a proxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so.
It's one
However,
guy.
I suspect they may be biding their time.
The Telophoroid is one guy. You two hate it when the telephone gets unruly.
Core blimey, we need TH eaters to eat the blasted cold so's we can make TH beans and toast while watching Mr. Blobby.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Trumpy, you can do stupid things.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
One guy and his brainwashed minions. Mr. Blobby is an elder primal.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Ouch. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
That none of these cats or elves are wearing hats is the least believable thing here. Remember, there's a Mr. Blobby theme park that is long since abandoned. Sense of travel is something of an understatement, but I suppose it is. Sorry. Ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh wait, no, I don't.
As ever, you do not want for enthusiasm. But given your experience traipsing about through Kurthus, I should be surprised if you let a little inclement weather dampen your redoubtable spirits. And even if that were the case, the promise of hot soup upon your return would surely spur you to action.
Ah, soup. Yeah, that'll get me going. Soup. Soup.
Fucking soup.
You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Yeah, hurry back. There's soup. Wouldn't want to miss the soup. Soup is just thick tea. That's all it is. It's ice soup. Got to be good. With this, if it's this cold with Tataru's if it's this cold with Tataru's clothing, I dread to think how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet.
Why are you buying soup at the frozen ghost town?
Not sure I got that reference. Yeah, soup is just thick tea. It's all it is. Makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there's any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. It's all soup video? I don't think I've ever seen that one. I've heard people reference it before, and I haven't seen that one. What ho, chums? Be given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like a rather tall order. Since you ask, we're to scour the Elben Rime for survivors. What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or more specifically, my telescope. Come, friends. I know just the spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. Maybe they have everyone's favorite treat, liver sticks. Ooh, liver sticks. Instead of, soup. Posted the vid in Discord and you can watch when you time. Okie dokie. Thank you. I spy with my little telescope a massive sheep thing. Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. A cow? That's a burger horse. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Lo, what do I see over yon hillock? There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. You can tell because it's got booblies. Survivor, show me. Yes, I want to see the girl. Can I see the girl? Burger patties are just meat cookies. You're wrong. Meat cookie.
Dibs.
Okay, fine. You keep going on and on how I can't have them all. Fine, you get dibs on this one. Over there, behind that tree, it looks like she's running away from something. Though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, rather fetching when at that. She'll be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. That's gonna be a damn kid, isn't it? Well, roll the dice! I do have a glowing collar. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. That poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. We'll tell her they're soup. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. Won't you need some yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go, and Godspeed. It's soup potions. Potions are just soup. They'll be soup. Come back to camp with us. They're soup. Let's say the next one was. fresh footprints leads ahead. Oh, that's probably her over there. Towards that building. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first, I thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? Hurry, we need to find this girl. Moon runs opposite direction, looking for magic fart clouds. He wouldn't say no. The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out for her from a distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. The collar's hot as hell? Wait, what are you calling dibs on now? What, my collar? Judgment will end in failure if you are noticed. Make sure to cover such as rocks. You can't have what I'm wearing. Similarly, the objective will also end in failure if you get too far behind. Should you fail to complete the objective, you try. Okay. How do I know if I'm too far behind? There we go. Shouldn't be wearing anyway, too lewd. He usually flips through pages of the big book of dibs. No rules against it. Hello, I've been stalking you through the snow. Would you like soup? That's what an overgrown rose looks like? Wait, what? Still in one piece. It's just Elsa's sister. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. Yeah, you want some soup? I'm Alphinaud. This is my sister, Alize, and her good friend, Elysium. We have soup. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all of this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Telephoroi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald and won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They are the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. The poor souls are now in our care, and we are striving to cure them of their affliction. You're the very first person we've met who isn't already enslaved. How are you able to escape the Telephoroi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with the introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lucina.
Oh, hey, a bit!
How bowls of steaming motor fucking soup.
Hot bowls, hot bowls. As for how I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question ever since that night and the roar, the terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember.
Oh, hey, a bit!
So
That sounded like she choked on soup. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I'd known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers, but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils, a mansion for retired soldiers, or it was. Now me and a few others are borrowing it. You laugh so hard you farted. It's just what happens normally during clips. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low, and you said you can help? Can you? Would you happen to have soup? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I better tell the others, though. Wait here. Hey guys, they got soup!
Gimme an S, gimme a C, gimme an OUP that spells S. Scup. Shit. WTF is scup. We got soup for days.
I think the bits dropping is broke. This is everyone. Zinnia says you can be trusted. But these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops into our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with a means of heating the place, it's a sign of goodwill. Perhaps we could take you at your word. And maybe if you give us soup. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alize?
Nelajagus, Nelajagus, Nelajagus.
Hang on, has it actually... No, ow. Ow. Ow, ow. It's not working for the bits right now. It's clogged, yeah. You've jammed it up with bits. You've gotten it all jammed up. Actually, it's a bit laggy, isn't it? Oh, we got a bot. Bye, bot. Ah, that was my chance. That was my chance to become famous on Twitch.tv. We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we'll build it under that gazebo. So for anyone that doesn't know, Garleans don't have the capacity for magic. So they had to make up for it by technology and creating Magitech. So Garleans can't use magic. How's she gonna spread the soup now? I know! No one's gonna know about the soup. This earth-verse soup. Thus, no magic means a complete inability to build fires. Yes, absolutely. The what? Oh, you mean the bower? Yes, yes. Do as you will. Bower? Can a Garlican use teleporters? Well, they can use Magitech, which is what they generally created. They just can't cast spells. They can't use Aether themselves. If in the chat for MLP Gazebo. Oh no, not again. It's a running Twitter ponies gag that ran on for so many years. The gazebo would always get destroyed, so it eventually had its own account. It was always getting blown up, or crushed, or dropped, or burned. I like how you put the slash in it like it was gonna tweet them. They're not one with the force. Yeah, see, exactly. Your characters crash into it a few times yourself. Gazebo is your spirit building. There's an @MLP somewhere on Twitch. Is there? Is there really? Yes, there are. I know there's like Stellar Eclipse _MLP. Huh. Sinia's inner turmoil has writ pain on her face. Writ plain on pain on her face. Plain on her face. Sorry. I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until they nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? For the love of God, no soup. Are they playing music up here? The radio. You can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Malian's tinctures and the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? Here you go. The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm trying. Tell me, have you heard aught of the city? Though calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from the winds and snow. Food production, water purification, the magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff. For all the good it does us, no one here knows the first thing about the extraction or refinement. I can't build the fire, but this creepy music game is on point. All is well, yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? It was a joke. If I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep. So said the poet, and alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fell. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash, as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace. Is this where the home office of Hot Topic is? Did Garlemald come up with Hot Topic? Because I feel like... each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. A hopeful few tried to reason with the deranged, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, if not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for our final judgment. Okay, not having access to magic doesn't mean potions have zero effect. Where else does Xenos get his clothes? Good point. What do you want? Here, drink this. Got electrolytes. Tincture. May as well drink it, I suppose. Hey, Sparrow. What you do? You wanna go up top? You wanna go up top, sweetie? You have to give me a minute here. Hydrate. Yeah, I actually need to go to the bathroom, so I may take a short break here. The tinctures are hot soup. Actually, let me do that. Let me take a quick break. Go to the bathroom. See what Sparrow wants, and I will return shortly. Okay, I'm back. Alright, did you have a good night, if you're still here? Let's see, Nelly gone to lurking. Okie dokie. Need to keep an eye out because Sparrow went to the top of the cage. Alright. I had a couple chips, so I might belch. This is a radio. You don't have them where you come from, I take it? Use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. You would think I guess a lot of Garlean technology wouldn't escape if they were... Especially when you have magic. Maybe not cerulean minds. Interesting thoughts. And why we wouldn't have radios. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with the quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Ammonius, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell to ruin. People at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon, an ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Ammonius. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hoped to take back what was once ours. 'Tis a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives, and that he speaks to us through our radios. Guardians can't use magic pearls because they have no magic themselves, so they need to make... Well, yeah, I can understand, like, all their technology doesn't use magic, but I'm more surprised that their technology doesn't exist outside Garlemald. Like, I mean, I know, you've got defectors here and there, and I guess you wouldn't have your brilliant and most brightest. But in some cases, it seems a little bit odd. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen the catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. I'm saving room for soup. Actually, I've had a few things to ask you. Are you part of the groups? Are you part of the group staying in Latirum? I saw Legatus of Virgilius troops heading towards the Magna Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? You went down, Sparrow? You went down already. You're not gonna sleep up there. One moment. Sorry about that. He was being a bit playful. Let's see. Alright. Camp Broken Glass, you call it. Really, and her men are all there now? So how did you reach the Glacius, I think you said? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. And there might be a way to... Sinya, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Oh, God. Perhaps the baby's... Almasty has found its way into the house. Wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people, too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat the Legatus, then surely a few beasts wouldn't pose a threat. If you have a mind to continue helping us, perhaps you could head to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job was to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what I can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food, and that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies. But there might be another way to pay the tappers. If ceruleum's what you need, ceruleum you should have. Best watch out for baby... Yeah, you best watch out for them while you're away. We're away. Yes, of course. If I see any, I'll be sure to shoo them away. To reach the tapper's den, you'll have to cross the lake. Ice is thick enough to support a person's weight. But if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding an entrance can be tricky too, so it's easier to look for someone standing guard outside. However you decide to head there, please be careful. Just being a bit sussy. Just being quite sussy. See the aether current from here. Speaking of where we're going, I guess. Who goes there? How did you find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? Huh. If the purebloods over at Victor's Spoils haven't given away our location, you'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes. Though they could come waltzing in here and demanding... they thought they could come in demanding ceruleum with nothing to offer in return. Ha, looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they've resorted to sending you to negotiate. I know your game sells sword. If they think they can... If we'll give in to intimidation, they've got another thing coming. Just gonna kick your ass. There you are. Oh, hey, Alize. Just after you left, Lucinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip that I've a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tapper's Den. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? The Orzians and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald? That doesn't make any god's damn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess. None of you are Garlean? You were brought here from the other lands? Girabanya, Yanxia, Bajia, Dalmasca, to name a few. Some dragged here against our will. Others fed bollocks about a better life. All put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the esteemed title of An, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. About the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is cerulean ingots, still sustaining us, even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake. How can you do that if it's frozen over? Ha, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not as if ceruleum is used much these days. What with the city in ruins, we take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but if you're all free to go, why not carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we managed to get back to our homelands, there'd be nothing left for us, thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. Long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good. Regardless of what Ilsbard contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Empire itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life has been turned upside down. After all the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it's for the best that it's consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people, their lives, their stories? Which should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So, you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoils sent you? To turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. And then again, Licinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Licinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Licinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something to exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Licinia would keep her sister's secret from us. But we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Shit. Wasn't expecting another person. This isn't right. It's too quiet. Would have thought Alphinaud would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Oh, no. They feed Alphinaud to the child. They ate him, didn't they? They even took the radio. Uh-oh. They asked me to help carry supplies. But when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. Fear they failed rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness. Then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot. All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles and a bed that was still warm. It's true, Licinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now, there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. If you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot! Her sister is ill. The empty bottles prove it, so the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you! You invade our homeland, tainted with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should sooner die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them, since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Licinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. First need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Bunch of fucking idiots. Rob us of our lands, rob us of our pride. No, I'll not allow it. Better die free than live in servitude and shame. The girls would say the same. And rough them up a bit. Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route as to not leave footprints? I can't see any can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts. I can only imagine how hard it must be for an ailing sister to cross the ice. We could really do with Alphanon's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's split up and look for clues. Can't believe they didn't want our soup. This whole time they could have had soup. They don't want our soup. What area? Blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. Trail of blood leads southeastwards. Two bodies are already cold. I finally give you dibs, and look what happens, Nelly. You couldn't protect her. You don't want... No, too late. You already got dibs. You had to have dibs. You wouldn't let me have all of them, so now this is what you get.
Blood trail.
Undibs.
We found one. They were attacked. No.
No undibs.
Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold.
That line was in the trailer. Hello, the bird horse. Hello, how do I say that? Phoenix? Phoenix. Is it a phoenix? I say we take off and nuke the entire cyber orbit. Now wait a second. So thank you.
I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand. So I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that
be
no
colonizers
more children
too.
are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Love the jacket designs too. Tataru is great at designing. It's definitely kind of weird that they spent so much time bungling civilian relief efforts instead of fighting the monsters. Hey, Cozy. Must have been something we could have done, but what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? We've already caused enough harm here. Let us return to camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do for now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. To the west. Love the male bird just chilling near the graves. I think this was from a reward from the Valentine's Day event. It's the only actual outfit I have for my chocobo. We'll be going in there anyway. Usually those aether currents are somewhere on the path of things we do. Yeah, just with little subtle music, just tap 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 tap. Alize and Alphenol tell me they finished their preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide the details. May I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments, and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
Enough. Okie dokie. Stretchy, stretchy.
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Populares, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus. Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the 3rd Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered. And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the 1st Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the 3rd Legion's coffers, but the 1st as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers.
Very much like a calamity. Like a big ol' surge of aether, maybe.
But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varys giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
It's called a Walkman. No, wait.
Varys spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
We are of one mind, then.
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you.
Huh, interesting. So they've basically had a cure for tempering, well, resistance against tempering the whole time.
A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Jullus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours. or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I mean, I equal an entire
Don't much
army,
like the
so...
sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
Yeah, foolish words, little man. Yeah, I mean, I'm an army in and of myself, so I mean, yeah, sure. And I get to bring 2 more. These kids are like, we just messed up 1 diplomatic attempt. Let's try again. Did your mother say if I let you 2 go by yourselves?
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
A couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
Starting a war on accident can happen to anyone. True. I mean, it's not like they forced him into the snow. You will be received as invited guests, so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedent above all else. Remember this. Thancred, in particular, would be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over you and keep you. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. Alright, let's go. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. Would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. What are you gonna do? What exactly are you gonna do? Buddy, if I just lightly kicked you in the shins, I would obliterate you up to your skull. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. That's a liminal space. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice, and this is Alphinaud. But last but not least, there's Elysium. Elysium, where have I heard that before? No matter, Alphinaud and Alize will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about being many dangers. So you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creature bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphanon Alize will begin moving toward the destination. Make your way to Liminal Station 4 without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphanon Alize, you may... Okay, return to the starting point. It's this again. Yeah, he's gonna learn our name today. Ready to make a dash for the station? Alright, come on. I mean, they did just run right by this bear. I'm using a keyboard. This is it. The first stop, that is. Nina doesn't get stuck at work. The others get stuck with Nina. While you're home from work, rejoice. Hey, Nina. Welcome back. Good. Looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. North of the station is Regio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? From here, we'll be heading to the northeast. Keep to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen. Aye, and they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chance of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. We'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, you're to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, we'll not take the chance. With that said, let us proceed. No. Not on my own, okay? Get up there. I can hear it. It's right up there. Wow, you didn't even bother to do anything, huh? I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered, as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake their master for another. As far as I and my legion are concerned, they are no longer our people. They are beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to reason with them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Oh my god, they have cars. They actually have cars. Their wheels are a little, I mean, that's Garlemald tech, right? Here we're walking around in chocobo-drawn carriages, and they have fucking cars. Not seriously gonna bug me, are you? Well, I say they have cars. I mean, be real. I got a car as well. Looks like we're not being followed. We'll continue onward. Yeah, you guys keep walking. Don't you worry. I'm right behind you. Fuck off. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. This idiot. I don't think he is aware that... I mean, well, he knows they're afflicted, but he blames them for being afflicted. Look at what they've become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Not them. Those exposed to a vast quantity of primal aether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen these monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Oh, great. This guy's a fucking anti-vaxxer. Wait. Must be up there. We're almost there. You've kept to your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine this way. Must be underground. It is underground. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. He has no intention of speaking with you. Oh, well, we're playing Metro now. So why do they have aetherites here? It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if Julius is willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must be all but exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. That's not responding.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Van Kina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our Emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again. But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable.
Man, you guys have been, like, really eating the propaganda, haven't you?
Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. It was only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference, to make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope.
Okay, I can wipe you all out if you want.
It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter.
Fucking serious. I'm going to kill them all.
You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition.
Bad mood, no murdering the sad people. Why not?
Collar them.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if she allowed herself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If she refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
Because even the most bitter adversary may one day see a reason. On the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be.
Thank you.
You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertium. Tertium. Someone's asking for a nuclear disc from orbit. Before you ask, no, I don't have the key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did. And if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So, Do you truly intend to speak with the others, or is that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus. If that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of his decision. Do as you will, but remember, I will be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, those shot callers will be the least of your worries. Understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation. And above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried. But do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphino and Alize will pay the price. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, just go ahead. Do whatever you want to them. Man, using them as bargaining chips. You crazy? You came with Julius, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans, for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. So even with Magitech, they can still teleport. They just can't use standard aetheryte. So cold. The young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. Nope, can't help you. Sorry. Hello, Octavia. It's you, Elysium Coral. I served under Lord Gaius's of the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventures, you killed them, my comrades, my friends, swept them aside in their dozens, as though they were nothing to you. Maybe I am too, just another faceless enemy to be cut down, but it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve, mark my words. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. By the blood of our fallen compatriots, I swear I'll... No, you wanna fight? Come on, throw the first punch. And if you can even make me budge, I'll say you won. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the Illard, the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. Virgilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus's life, but we made our escape, took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. And the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos. We were spared. If you call this a mercy, mind intact but body broken, soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down. You stand if I could, murderer. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. Did you learn anything of note? And your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there's precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? So open broadcast radio prevents corruption. Yeah, well, it's like apparently what powers the radio apparently has the same aether pattern as the prevention that we're using. And so it's just basically coincidence that they didn't get tempered. Who's there? My eyes. I can't see that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little. But I know I won't last much longer. We should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. Well, I helped everyone I cared about. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies? Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. What exactly is tempering? So it is basically, so whenever primals have been summoned, they basically give off this energy that afflicts those in its presence. Generally referred to as tempering, but what happens is they essentially become slaves to the will of the primal, and they kind of start worshipping it and doing whatever the primal desires. Tempering is mind control, overwhelming. Yeah, it basically, and as we've discovered, it just basically the primal's aether overwrites the tempered, the person's aether, and basically guides them into influence. Are primals related to the tower things in the mayonnaise region? Sort of, yes. So the ancients, or Asians as they've been referred to, taught many of the beast tribes how to summon. Kind of for their own, you know, they were trying to cause chaos and all that, but yeah, it's basically what the towers do. So yeah, the Asians taught the beast tribes how to summon, and they thought they were summoning their gods, but it just turned out they were summoning it's sort of using creation magic, though they didn't know it, and creating a bastardized version of their god that would then temper them to its will. And up until recently, there was no curing of it. Whoever was tempered would always be in the thrall of the primal that tempered them. But now we've come across a cure, and even now we've come across prevention. And the Asians are the big bad faction. Yeah, they're essentially the ancients. They were the ones that existed. The best way to explain it, they existed before the Great Sundering. They were the original stewards of the world before it was split into 14 pieces. And so their entire goal was to bring the world back into unison. But of course, that was at the cost of all of us. Sundering, you know that much. Yeah, so yeah, they're basically the big bad faction. They don't care about anything but bringing the world back together, creating the what do they call it? The suddenly I forgot the name of it. The rejoining. Yeah, and they want to essentially revive Zodiark. It was essentially the planet. but he's been divided into all the pieces. So yeah, that's basically what tempering is, and now, yeah, the towers are basically just doing that instead of summoning primals anymore. Maybe Julius could persuade him, but we need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough. Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses, as most families kept some stored away in the events we were snowed in. They were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work. We have a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greatest concern, though. We had some ceruleum set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees or one of the afflicted, for all we know. Either way, we're down to our last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health will only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Mysterious countryman of yours, I assume? Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or, in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telephoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We identified the seat of the enemy's power. We identified the seat of the power we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a messenger to the 10th Legion saying as much and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions, preparing for a combined assault on the Telephoroi. Once our allies arrived, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. How do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. We need help now. Say the word and we will bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. And the Sundering was the rebooting of the game. No, actually. The rebooting of the game was one of the rejoinings. So the Sundering happened long, long ago. But, every time there's a rejoining, every time one of the shards rejoins with the planet, a calamity happens. And where the game was rebooted, so basically they say the original game was in the 6th astral era, which would have been after the 6th calamity, so after the 6th rejoining. And the reboot of the game was the 7th calamity. So when a 7th shard rejoined, that's when essentially the game rebooted. Can't remember, but when a rejoin happens, does a calamity happen on every shard or just ours? Just ours, basically. Because whatever the prominent aether is that causes the rejoining, it causes the shift in aether of the source. So if fire was the predominant Aether type on one of the shards when it rejoined, then suddenly the source is massively infused with fire Aether. And it just it creates so much imbalance that a calamity happens. So essentially what would have happened if the first and Shadowbringers had actually brought about the 8th calamity, Light would have gone absolutely insane. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No, he will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. You are under my watch. You will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Worldwide flashbang. Yeah, kinda, pretty much. It's just, yeah, the entire balance of the planet just completely thrown out of whack. Chaos reigns and all that kind of stuff. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. I feel like he is an early Thancred. Hey, level 86. Fan dance? Wait, where'd it go? Fan dance. Oh, it's my next level. Okay. Fan dance 4. We will begin to search for ceruleum in Regio Urbanissima. The first location is Forum Soleus, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Hey Prime, how you doing? That point after stealing and before the use of his looks. True. Raining, not snowing. So, this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. Healthy society requires communal space for children to play and adults to socialize. The park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Zos Gallus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked Magitech armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. See, And with your permission, we will commence the search. That's why you resume playing Like a Dragon. Yeah, I saw you playing it on Steam yesterday. Rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it was built for children to play shopkeeper. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other device that would be fueled by ceruleum. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forms Soleus. Pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. I remember seeing something saying that they rebranded Yakuza to Like a Dragon. People must have been offended. Yeah, I don't know, because, yeah, I guess what was originally going to be titled Yakuza 8 is now Like a Dragon in its own name. I thought you saw that's what it's actually called in Japan. Could be, actually. Maybe it was originally called Like a Dragon or something. Because I would be kind of suspicious of them naming a game Yakuza in Japan. Contraption is built in the style of an Imperial war machina armed with a battery of weapons capable of transforming into different configurations, but on closer inspection it appears to be no more than a children's slide. Wow. Really, really overanalyze that one, I guess. I'm gonna find a swing set and absolutely shit myself, apparently. This appears to be a jungle gym. Here's a cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Jules said. Yeah, so in Japan the series is called Ryoga Gotoku, which translates to Like a Dragon. So they're just doing it to be more consistent. I guess, yeah, if the game series was old enough, localizations always had pretty much a habit of renaming things. Or it's one of those things that, like, on localization, people wouldn't understand. Because, of course, Yakuza is always, like, the Yakuza are always with their dragon tattoos. A lot of people kind of wouldn't get that connection, maybe. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. Now I'm noticing you're gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes. I mean, no, I'm... It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over. So like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed here if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done, every time. Every time we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. Was a cerulean-powered heater by chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was a long time ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. I can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Julius, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Off and on? As you have a knack for finding dry wood, why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of verifier should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning on going in there, are you? Of course I am. The tank isn't going to fetch itself. It's nothing as involved as extracting unprocessed cerulean from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park. And we may have a way of warming ourselves up afterward. That's insane. So, fancy a dip? A friendly competition might make things interesting. The last thing we need is catching cold. Step aside while I drink the pond dry. That way we'll find it in no time. That may be the stupidest thing I've ever heard in a while. And that's saying something considering who my brother is. I can't fault your enthusiasm, though. Let's do it my way first, and if that doesn't work, perhaps then you can try your method, with Alphinaud's help. Oh, it's serious. You're in the camp that things like wordplay that need explaining are things that need localization and language changes for vibe, timing, and pacing are good. But a lot of other stuff like names and cultural differences should be left alone. Yeah, that's most likely. And I mean, for the most part, naming it as a localization, naming it Yakuza, it doesn't seem to like be taking anything away or anything. Don't worry, Moon, you believe in the drinking ability. Delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy wind on your damp clothes chill you to the bone. I'm not even in the water. Gods be good. It's so cold. I should have listened to Julius after all. You're fine. Delve into the water, but come up empty-handed. Yeah. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what might be a handle. Yep, my fingers froze off. Open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost, as you've become acutely aware of the freezing cold and rancid odor emanating from every limb of your body. Jules will doubtlessly feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver him your prize. I didn't dive in. Did you find anything? I hope you did. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire's still not ready yet. Hold on, I'll give Alphanod a hand. Call me an old dawn because call me an old dawn because by fire I am reborn and my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum, but I wish you'd taken time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated, in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all is well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded an estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you can imagine and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Ah, was it soup? Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in the brief respite, the ice would melt, and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds gave way to blue skies. Some mornings, we climbed to the top of the tallest building where we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again, those rooftops are revel. Those friends are dead, those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. We're up to 83 now. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have recovered the tanks from less damaged units, those that took more than a severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart, piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's ceruleum gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading, even when the unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use the explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. What sounds dumb? Blowing them open. Fuel source isn't, yeah. Well, maybe ceruleum's not flammable? I don't know. Ceruleum gauge on the tank appears to have been broken. Give me no way to determine how much fuel in the tank may hold. Might as well. Ow. After successfully removing the war machina's outer casing and retrieving the ceruleum tank, you find it completely empty. Ceruleum gauge on it appears to have been broken. Yeah, sure, why not? Another empty one. I'm out of explosives. Fair amount of explosives to spare today, but tomorrow is another story. We can't afford to waste them on units with nothing to offer, so be sure to check the gauge first. Of course, if the gauge damaged, it's up to you to make the call. According to the ceruleum gauge, unit's fuel tank is empty. Yep, sure. It's half full, or half empty, depending on one's perspective. Either way, Drillis will sure be pleased by your discovery. Was that it? I mean, there's one more, and I've got an extra bomb. More explosives? Wait, is that what I think it is? You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to refuel for quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Elize and Alphanol are faring.
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we?
Oh, hey, Thancred.
Don't react. will only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside.
Wait, are they the ones that stole the ceruleum?
When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
I get to go back.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
What?
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Eula spoke?
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizé are to stay here, as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil.
Ah, shit.
Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
Our allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Alright, everything will be alright.
Get them out of here.
Yeah, real bad vibes. Alphinaud and Alizé will be fine, providing they do not resist. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there is something I would ask you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionaris Marcellinus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Isle for further details in those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. He's maybe gonna help us. That's the Isle. What do you want with me? Ask the Isle, so Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature and defeat him. And to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fill my duty. You again. As the Ali said. So, that's to be the way of it after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. access the Aetheryte still. Am I still forbidden? Well, it's not active actually. Be done as instructed. What do you mean? Their duties involve more than transportation supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter, a place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Start fighting me if I try. Julius lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. It's his house, isn't it?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was, until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to... My hat. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. Promised. Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke.
We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But she wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
So cold.
Scoot, scoot.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust?
Well, triple. Stretchy, stretchy.
All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
Well, some should.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. but it only spurs me onward. To find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Hey, Estinian.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
you just send all these people to die.
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return!
Stop! Both of you!
Don't give him badass
This
music.
child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies! Every word!
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
Listening, my lord.
Emerald Aura, thank you so much for the sub. For 5 months. Goodness, thank you so much. Hopefully you're doing well. Have I been? I've been okay. Been playing Final Fantasy. Been enjoying it. It's been a good time. How have you been? Been all good there? Awesome. Ill sounds familiar to. It's blah 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 blah. It sounds similar to ill. Ill and ill. Are the soldiers sick? Well, they're from Garlemald. They're all sick bastards.
What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
You fucking serious? Shit.
Quickly!
We have to reach the station before it's too late.
The music alongside storytelling is so good. Yeah, they composed this game like so well.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
Maybe if you can pry his brain from the roof of that car.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Shit. That's nuts. Yeah, that is pretty dark. That is like really dark. Holy shit, you're gonna toss all the apples at me after that. Your timing is impeccable. Alright. I'll take my punishment. Oh boy. Brace for impact. I'm more shocked at how dark that got. Like, it was good, it was absolutely excellent. I just did not expect this game to go to that I mean, this game doesn't shy away from topics. It's really good at telling some really deep storylines and topics. It doesn't shy away from them. I did not expect them to just go full on in like that. Much and more has occurred since the last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Pick a hole to talk to. Some episodes of Digimon. Never watched Digimon. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. We were prepared for war while the refugees in their care were left. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they were sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force, the intent to do so, we would only incite panic. But perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Julius back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alphanon, Alize, and the scouts sent to extricate them should already be at the station. I would also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. You have 2 words for you Digimon tamers. Wait. Before I confuse this where I'm going. want to stop playing. Want to keep going. This is why I don't normally do two story-heavy games side by side. Usually if I have a story-heavy game, I'll play it twice, you know, I'll put it in the Monday-Thursday slot, but since we've got spooky games on Mondays. Ether currents. Few in this area. So weird, like the transition. For as long as I've played this game, you don't normally see like modern buildings and roads and street lamps. You know, everything's sort of magic based, and it suddenly becomes very apparent why Garleans see the rest of Eorzea as savages and barbarians. Because even though we're modern, we use a lot more nature-based things. I don't know if NCB like that. Elysium and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? So Quintus, he took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die. Most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned. We just want to live. We need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. Any prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over to them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach the camp safely. ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Well, got the Aetherite sorted out in the end. All it took was a few adjustments and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in the later room is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. I should have tuned to it. You, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Not that it makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning. Until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. I'm too tired. If you and yours will have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. Much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass. We'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first to secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our Leminson friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll meet you back at our camp. There might be a thing to get an aether current outside. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you seen a little boy with hair similar shade to mine? He's my son and I can't find him anywhere. It all started when I told him we ought to seek refuge in your encampment, and he started wailing and sobbing like I'd never seen. The next thing I knew, he was running hell for leather, goodness knows where. I'm worried he may have left the station altogether, and the streets above are rife with danger. Please, could you find him for me? Oh, you will? Bless your heart. If I know my son, he probably tried to return to our house in the north of Palladium Novum. Try there first before anywhere. He'll be easy to recognize, I should think, what with the color of his hair and all. Let's see, I wasn't paying attention when I clicked that. block street. Who are you? Mother sent you? Tell her I won't go to the enemy's camp. I'm going home. Boy with the sky blue hair has made good his escape. You had best resume your search for the obstreperous youth. Stop following me. Once again, the boy with the sky blue hair has taken flight and will likely be looking over his shoulder for signs of trouble from now on. With a weary sigh, you resume the hunt. Follow the boy from a safe distance. Okay, it's this again. Well, the enemy's leaving him alone. Is that someone else? Where's that my rat? I'm not following you. Oh, bullshit! Bull fucking shit, he saw me. I'm sorry, I didn't realize he was Superman and could see through a car. Somehow we're back here again. Fuck off. Up. Great Moon Elysium. Discovered a child. Discovered by a child. Always ask if your opponent is Superman. That's rule number 1. that, and then just to this corner over here. Pretty much just hang over here for like the longest time. Honestly, like right here. Right here. Can't see it. No. I'm stuck. Ooh, got it. Oh, our home. It was here, right here. What'd you think? Every building in this city is fucking collapsed. What do you think was gonna happen? You again, leave me alone. I'm staying here to build a new house, bigger and better than the old one. Child has escaped your grasp yet again, though it's maybe construed as a particularly tiresome endeavor. Remember that he is only a child and knows no better. You should find him before he comes to harm. For fuck's sake. No, fuck off. Maybe. 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 Are you serious? Are you actually following me this far? Stop it. How is this one going after you? Stop, child. Stop being a child. Why do you care so much? We're enemies, remember? Why are you trying to help me? Help and I'm offering it. How would your mother feel if something were to happen to you? I don't care what you say. I don't need your help. We don't need your help. Mother's worried I should go back to the station. Same in Depresso Espresso Zone. Hey, the scar. And deedly doodly. Thing back there to the south. Blech, blech, blech. Hear it. Where it sounds like it's coming from. Sounds like it's coming from there. Oh, it's above me, isn't it? Oh, it's up there. How's it so far? It's really good. I've been enjoying it a lot. It just sucks I'm only scheduled to play it once a week. I did have high. I know. Time to increase the number of plays. Ugh, I've got too much to play. This wasn't ever meant to actually go on my schedule. It happened after the subathon. Actually, no. I'll be a pompous ass. Watch this. Look at me roll through this town. Yeah, that would mess you up a bit to have to refresh the story each week. What it did though, you'll love seeing people's journey through Final Fantasy 14. And if you're done, you'll join you. Blast Lowrider out the speakers. You're gonna try streaming Potion Permit. You were gonna try. You're gonna try. But you were about to start, you diverted and started cleaning your room. Almost got killed by a falling pile of anime figure boxes. I figure that's the way you'd want to go. Everything destroyed, ruined city in a 3 mil car. Exactly. See if there are others around here. Wow, plowed right through that post. Was wondering when I'd see you again. I'm happy to report my son has returned. Poor creature. You should have seen him, tears pouring down his little cheeks, crying his apologies to me. I know that you were the one who found him, though he didn't mention a word of it to me. I almost couldn't believe my ears when he said he wouldn't mind moving to your camp. He was dead against it only hours ago. What could have happened, I wonder? What? He was attacked? By Horde Magitech, you say? Goodness, that must have been quite a shock for the little man. Thank you for coming to his rescue. There is a salutary lesson to be gained from all this. One that I hope he retains. Do not scorn a proffered hand when one is in need, whether that hand be friend or foes. At any rate, I thank you for finding him. It's not much, but please, I insist. It's number 2. First is being buried under actual anime waifus, death by Yeah, and I need to actually add more playtime because I've got a couple keys for a couple games that I was offered. I'm like, I don't know where to put them on my schedule. None of the games on my schedule I'm set to finish anytime soon. Like, we're still like halfway through Like a Dragon. Where am I gonna find time? Hey, Stygian. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Wait, was I? Might be automatic, actually. If I was able to just kill that one. I've been busy. All of your crafting and gathering classes now level 30 or higher. Nice. Sometimes you have to stop just before killing them, and sometimes just automatically sets it up so you can't kill them. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts. It went down without much of a fight. Temper proved somewhat troublesome. Those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Ah, Elysium. I was informed of Quintus's suicide. Must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees. Perfidy notwithstanding, after all, even I wanted to make an example of them. There's no one left to learn from it, even if I wanted to. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal and his men punished with them. Perhaps by taking his own life, he had hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. We won't go on much longer. Probably maybe just start this quest. And then I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, and recently repaired heaters, can provide much needed warmth. I've still never got that soup. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient foods for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Y'shtola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she is meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate none of you landed yourself in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the first's wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver. But nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day one, and in so doing invite disaster. Okay, yeah. We'll do this bit, and then this is probably where we'll end. Hey, Prisma Vixen. Smallbone is still awake at 44. Yeah, I know, right? I don't want to stop playing. I only get to. It's only on my schedule once a week. Yeah, we'll do this bit, and then we'll end.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
I like how both the last two streams ended with the characters taking an in-game nap.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest.
It's playing in a paper bag.
We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Fun, Sparrow. Can't see him, but I can hear him. Oh, we're finally getting that soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you, you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
Elson Repro.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a Sept recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
You like how they're constantly arguing.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
Played through Endwalker completely twice. Like, have you started a new character? Were you doing like New Game Plus or?
I know this is not a dream, and yet...
That gave me feels.
I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be
In not
reminded
crying
that it wasn't my
crying,
imagination.
I splashed soup on
that
my
my world
face.
had been forever changed.
Thank you for the bits. Once on your North American character and once on your Europe character. Your friends on both data centers, you played through with them. Yeah, I've got one on an American data center as well. It's where my It's where my original was. But that one's not even into Heaven's Ward yet.
And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzea. The Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
You had a lot of free time during the pandemic. And it was a worldwide lockdown. Makes sense. Don't have another luxury choice.
Indeed. We can but do our utmost to unite these disparate peoples and lead them to victory.
What are you doing, Sparrow?
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
It's a new color.
On behalf of the Gallian Empire, thank you for inviting me today.
Oh shit, he's not near the radio.
What? Emperor Varys?
It's because that's what they worship.
They are being tempered. The talismans! Quickly!
That's what they worship. That's why they hear him. They don't have gods. They worship their emperor.
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
Didn't know we'll go back, did she?
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken. Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold.
No, I don't want soup anymore.
To remove your helmet. Take a moment too to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh.
Oh shit, are you kidding me? What the fuck, have you actually?
So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo. His was a rather sticky end, wasn't it? Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
This is such a pain in the arse.
Come now. To us Asians, it is no different from trying on new clothes. Why not make the most of it by partaking in this fine cuisine? I must say, I have gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes. Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate.
Fuck, that would be the primal they would summon, wouldn't it?
Ah, exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire has long outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple.
So about that limb, yeah. What limb? What limb, Digi? What limb?
But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Galvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory.
And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born.
Wait, I
the
recognize that
embodiment
thing.
of the Garlean spirit. Their anima.
Wait, I recognize that thing. What's it from? What's this thing from? Which one is this from? Fuck, which one is this from? I recognize it. It's from 10. Okay.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe.
So it looks like Resident Evil.
The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria.
Oh man, get over me. This guy really needs to get over me.
I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion.
Yeah, so this guy, he's a Garlean. He was the Emperor's son, or the current Emperor's son. He's just a guy that likes to fight. He likes to hunt. He's the hunter. And nothing pleased him. He was bored of everything, and then he met us, and suddenly we were a good hunt for him. We couldn't beat him at first. He still kicked our ass, but he saw potential in us, and he wanted us to become his equal, become good quarry for him. And so we became his obsession. And eventually we do kick his ass, and he kills himself. But that's not the end of him. He pulls, because of what the Garleans have been practicing with, practicing a way to infuse more directly the echo, but generally just ether into them. But very specific, like the echo, the powers of the Ascians, sort of basically. He managed to... Well, an Ascian actually took over his body, and he managed to take over another body, and then come and reclaim his body. So yeah, he killed himself, took over another body, an Ascian took his body, and then he pushed the other Ascian out. And so he's back in his body, and ever since he's had just this never-ending erection for us.
Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, You appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
So he's an Ascian inside another... he's not an actual Ascian, but through Garlean technology, he's gained the abilities of one. And so, yeah, he's back in his own body, but he's basically been infused with Ascian-like power.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
We chose the one race that can't use magic. Well, considering the reason they started doing the experiments, trying to do it, was to try to make it so Garleans could use magic. And so they did a lot of experiments, and I guess he took the experiments himself. So yeah, it was a method by which then hopefully Garleans could wield magic. But it had unintended bonuses.
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There's a little bit of irony going on too, as the Ascian that possesses this guy's body basically had a chub on for Xenos.
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost her appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Hey, give that back. That's mine. I'm not done using it.
Or together.
Did you just... Oh, shit. Did you just... That's mine. Oh, God. I'm going to have to clean it out. Oh, gross. Oh.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
Ugh. Ugh. Oh, I'm gonna just have to inject the whole body with bleach. Ugh, there's no, I'm not gonna want to be in that thing anymore.
We'd better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity.
At least let me behead Xenos while he's there on the floor, damn it. Stomp on his crotch or something.
Ah, there it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making her way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue.
It's probably one of the most annoying instances in Joy. I thought this was only going to be a movie. I didn't know we were actually going to have to do things. I was going to go after this. It's already really late. They didn't say there was going to be a fight.
Tempered soldiers, withstanding orders to kill those not sworn to anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
Alright. Usually they warn you when that shit's about to happen, though. Got Rampart.
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
Okay. You may use medical to restore bleed HP, but you can only carry a limited number. Another. Possession of your own body, you may have had the capacity to subdue rather than slay the temporary soldier. In this battle, you're unable to use your full extent of your powers to reach Camp Broken Quest quickly. Avoid combat whenever possible. Or discovered, your foes will give chase. The magic attack units are especially powerful, and your chance of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. So just fucking run. Go. Stop chasing me. I don't know where I'm going. Where am I actually going? Good. Fucking camera. I'm back. I'm fucking back where I started. Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to go? They've blocked off, like, the only way I can go. I'm looking for Magitech armor. Is that what I do? Go. Now I'm forever on the run. Actually kind of stupid. Fucking leave me alone. Survive this. No, I'm dead. I'm dead. I can't survive this. Don't leave me alone. They changed it to make it clear. I have no idea where the fuck I'm supposed to go. I've tried going, but there's a wall between me and Camp Glass everywhere. There's no direction I can go that takes me there. I'm fucking corralled in. Am I taking continuous damage? Oh, that's the... Yeah, no, there's a timer. I'm aware there's a timer. Look, everywhere I can go, they blocked. Oh, you're kidding me. Got the key. And power.
She really taught me what friendship could mean.
Kidding me.
And it was delicious.
What is with these arbitrary blockades? This is an awful instance. This is awful. It's. I mean, I get it's supposed to kind of incite a little bit of panic in you. This is actually awful. Probably. that. Get over here in the first place. Are you kidding? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? There's a gap. If you're gonna make sneaking an option, you can't have impassable geometry that's visible. See what I'm supposed to be doing is. Cleared away. Yeah, I hope I have enough time as well. This is gonna suck if I don't. I'm gonna be so upset if I don't. Unable to escape the blast, keeping the loose consciousness. Oh god, no, that's not fair. That's not fair! The freaking menu came up! Oh, are you shitting me? Are you totally shitting me? If I have to do that again, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me, Yoshi P? I want a personal letter of apology for this bullshit. I want a signed letter of apology from Yoshi P for that bullshit. Fuck you. Ugh. Fuck you, Yoshi P. That was bullshit. 100% bullshit. Design your game better. Design your games better. What is with developers these days? Like, do you hate your player base? What the fuck? Do you hate your player base, developers? Is that what's going on here? Do you just hate players? Because I could have sworn Yoshi P was all like, take your time. This game's supposed to be fun. This game is like, you take your time. It's meant to be fun. It's about the journey. And then we're just going to throw in bullshit mechanics that's, because I don't know. Maybe I get rock hard off of lying to my player base. I don't fucking know. Well, that's all Final Fantasy for the week, and who knows? Maybe I'm just fucking done. I don't know. I can skip the cutscene, sure, but I'm not doing that fucking sneak mission again. I'm not doing it again. I refuse. I'm not doing that stupid little mission again. I get the point they were trying to make, but mechanically it was the worst thing I've ever played. Mechanically, that was terrible. I have no idea why a menu popped up. But I'm glad it was available to pop up and interfere and make sure I couldn't do what I needed to do. So, there we go. That's Final Fantasy. That's just Final Fantasy 14. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Because there we go. I'm done with Final Fantasy 14 because I'm not doing that stupid battle again. I'm just not. I refuse. Unless Yoshi P sends me a signed apology letter. So mad. I'm so mad about that. Because okay, here's the thing. There were several problems with that. One, I was not warned at all that there was going to be a follow-up fight. Every time up to this point, they warn you. It's like, hey, there's going to be several cutscenes and a fight. They didn't warn me there was going to be a fight. So I was like, okay, we'll do the cutscene. Then I'll be done and I'll go to bed. No, instead, here's some cutscenes. Oh, and here's a fight. Oh, here's a fight. You're gonna have to do this fight. I'm already staying up later than I fucking planned. So here's the one thing. I didn't warn you that there's gonna be a fight after all of this. And 2, it's gonna be the worst fight you've ever fought in this whole fucking game. We're gonna apply a mechanic to it, and then we're gonna set it up so you can pop a fucking menu when you're trying to hit the fucking QuickTime event. The whole instance was just rife with bullshit. That was just the whole rife bullshit thing from beginning to end of that bit. And then you're gonna have the fucking balls to make me have to do it again. Because I'm at the very end. All I have to do is slam that button over and over. And if I fail, I have to do it again. I have to do it all again. No. No. You thought they went back and changed it to make it more clear where you have to go. It would have been nice. It would have been nice. It would have been nice, you know, to you know, fix this gigantic anus error in game design. Or at least warn me, you know, if I'm going to play an MMO, warn me if I'm going to start playing Metal Gear. You know? I thought I was playing Final Fantasy, the MMORPG, not fucking Metal Gear. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Ugh. Yoshi P can lick my hooves. What is it with the games I've been playing this week? Like having just like being the best things I've ever played, and then having this weird moment where it's just the worst design. Like you just go, what? What happened? That's what happened with Yaku. That's what happened with Like a Dragon as well. It was like, here's this amazing game, and then here's this fight that is absolutely, what the hell did you do? And for some reason, now I've hit that in Final Fantasy. Like, what? You've taken this great game. How did you just mess it up so badly? Why is this so bad? Ugh. God. I gotta go calm down. I gotta go calm down before bed, because it's bedtime. It's past my bedtime. I should have been in bed, but I thought I would play this nice little cutscene before they didn't tell me I was gonna have the worst fucking fight ever. A bit of the end shows why QTE is awful. It is. Like, why? Why would you put a QTE in an MMO RPG? God damn it. Don't go to bed. Go mad, Luna. Don't give me bad dreams. I'll fucking fight Luna. And then I'll have a dream where I go into Yoshi P's dream. And I piss all over his dreams. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Why? Why? Ugh. Oh God. All right. Sorry. I'm just like coming down. I'm calming down. I'm calming down because I'm very angry right now. I have a raging fire inside right now. I'm mad that I have to be mad at a game I have loved. I'm mad that I love this game. I don't want to be mad at it. I don't want to be mad, but like, why?
Why? Because it's science, that's why.
That's right, I tanked them all. The fire in me cannot be hard. You cannot hit me with apples. It doesn't work. Alright. Alright. We're gonna raid Jin. We're gonna raid Jin. They're playing Halo Infinite. We're gonna raid them. Thank you guys for joining me. Sorry for the salt tonight. It was going so well. And now I'm angry at one of my favorite games. So you guys have a good night. I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Conanigans. So hopefully it won't be a bad day tomorrow. Because I swear to God, if it is, I'm deleting my hard drives. Worst part is I can't even resolve it. I can't even resolve it for another week. So even if I want, I can't resolve it for another week. Because when the hell am I going to find more time to play it? Damn it. Alright, guys. Sorry for the end rant and salt. I just feel robbed and tired. But you all have a good night. You say hello to Jin for me. I'm gonna go relax. I don't know. You guys have a good night. Have a good one.